Hope everybody's doing good. I started this, we're starting a little bit late today. I was supposed to start at 1:30, but had a few. It's been a minute since I've done this. I think it was sometime in March was the last time, and it's now middle of May. So it's been a few minutes since I've been on here to do this. But I had a few issues with setting up the stream right before we started, so apologies for that. We're still going to try to get in all 4 hours. But hi, welcome back. It has been a while. I stopped streaming in, oh gosh, I think it was sometime in the middle of March. I could be wrong about that. I'll have to go back and check the other videos. But April was just terrible in terms of trying to get work done and making a stream fit into the schedule and anything like that. So my husband's schedule completely changed in April, and it was a nightmare trying to fit any type of life or extra work or even streaming. Sitting down for 4 hours and working on something was almost non-existent. So we're back now. I am hoping to keep this consistent through the summer. I'm trying to take like short, like quarterly bursts of like, you know, I'm committing to, we want to at least do it this long or whatever. The stream will continue past the summer, but there may be a day or time change after the summer. But I will keep you guys updated and notified of when or how that is going to change. But for now, we're going to try to keep with Saturdays and keep up with the Saturday afternoon schedule, like I mentioned. And if and when that changes, I will let you guys know. But for now, we're going to stick with Saturdays. I am super stoked and excited about getting back into this. We're playing with our camper again. It was so tempting to work on this just to have something to play with in between us doing things. But if y'all have seen any of my Instagram posts in the last month or so, I found several extra miniatures either at bookstores or on sale. This is totally 100% my addiction. So every once in a while I'll grab one here and there, like, oh, I'll work on this in my free time, or I'm not filming this one. I need things to play with. So there's been a couple that I've just gotten to play with and have fun with. One of them that I actually worked on this morning, I love doing personal projects in the morning so I can get into that flow of making things. And I'm working on, grab it and show you, I'm working on the Sakura Densia from Row Life right now, and I love book nooks. I absolutely love these. And being a book person and doing a lot of reading, I have loads of books, and just the idea of fitting these things in everywhere is so appealing. My husband and I are finishing a china hutch that's going to go in our dining room right now, and the idea was to make as many of these as possible in the long run and just put them everywhere. So, and since they light up, it's even more fun. So I did the Sunshine House from Row Life. I think I'm naming that correctly. I did the Sunshine House. That one's downstairs in our kitchen, which is really fun. I love seeing it sitting there in the corner of the countertop and just staring into it. And the Sunshine House is really cool because there's a mirror in it, so it kind of does the I'm forgetting the word for it, but the reflection. It kind of shows a reflection to make it look like the alleyway keeps going and continuing. So it's very, very cool. I love it. Not all of them do that. I think this one might. I saw a mirror as part of the material, so hopefully it will. That would be so cool if it was another one of those continuation ones. It reminds me of, if anybody knows of Michael Garman, he is... I am a huge fan of Michael Garman and his work. We live here in Colorado Springs, and he has a museum here in the Springs. I think this is where he actually did his work, if I remember correctly, or a lot of his work. And his museum, I love going there and seeing all his work. And my husband and I love doing the scavenger hunt that they put together for his entire Magic City, and And we're not just talking like stuff this size. Like he actually has, I believe he does 1/6 scale, which is basically Barbie doll house scale. and or maybe just under that. I don't know exactly the scale that he uses, but it's pretty good size scale people that he makes. He actually sculpts all the figures, all the people that he uses. So he makes buildings, he makes small objects everywhere, he makes city streets, and then he makes the people to go in all the scenes. Out of, I think he makes everything out of clay. Here I am, a huge fan, and I don't know all of his processes, but I love his work, and he was a huge inspiration to me growing up, along with What a Workshop from Lord of the Rings. Those are my two big main inspirations growing up. So, but it the reflections. So the book nooks having the reflection hallway that looks like a continuation of an alley. That is very much something that Michael Garman does, and I love it. It's so beautiful. I love his work, and yeah, that's a big reason why I actually got back into miniatures from what I used to do when I was a kid, because of the book nooks, and they're more readily accessible, and you can dig down rabbit holes of these, obviously. But I don't know why I started everything with all that, but forgive me if I sound a little bit congested. I never had a cold, but I think I had some kind of like sinus pressure thing, or something was going on. I don't technically have allergies, I found out. I've known for years, but went back to check again. I don't have allergies, which is awesome. I would definitely call that a gift. But it's not allergies, so, but I didn't have a cold either. I really didn't have anything. It could have been some kind of sinus infection or whatever. So if I sound congested, it's because I'm still trying to get over that. So forgive me if I sound a little nasally or stopped up or anything like that. But tiny bit of housekeeping before we continue and get going. Based on everything I already said, can you tell I totally prepared for this? It's been a long couple weeks, and I just wanted to get back into streaming today, and I'm so excited to show you guys what we're working on. Or more of what we're going to be continuing, I should say. We're going to keep working on this. So, all that being said, stream is going to continue on Saturdays. We're going to try for 1 to 5. Today it's going to be 2 to 6 because I kind of messed up. I had a video resolution issue that I had to fix, so we kind of stopped and started a few times today, but feel free to skip this and jump right in, but we are going to get started, and I have loads I want to talk about, and my ADHD is going nuts right now, so we're just going to jump right into it, and I hope you guys enjoy. So let's get going. So today is going to be more of the camper. Give me 1 second, sorry guys. Okay, sorry about that. Just need to check a few things, make sure everything is good. I've had to restart the stream twice now, so just double checking everything's fine. Okay. There we go. Okay. One more quick second. I'm just getting a couple supplies out, making sure I have everything. Okay. Alright, so sorry about that, guys. After stopping the stream several times, I just really wanted to make sure that everything was working okay, and that took a few extra checks to make sure of. So I'm going to sit all these over here. These are just the bags of stuff that the directions mention. Last time, right before we ended, we actually got the music box put in. You can see that in the back there. The little wind-up gear in the back. I won't play it right now because this thing will literally last absolutely forever. I have a hard time shutting it off too because it's screwed in. Usually you can speed these up by clicking it forward, but it's actually screwed in with this and being this thing's held in place just by screwing it in, for those of you who don't know how music boxes work. But speeding it forward is really hard because the more you try speeding it forward, it'll start to unscrew itself. So it will literally play forever and it gets kind of annoying. So for now, I'm just going to leave it as is. I have a few fabrics lower down that I'll grab here in a minute. Let's see, I believe last time. I'm just going to pull out some of the things that we've been working on. We got the chandelier. I think we got the chandelier done. Oh, this part didn't want to connect. That's right. I forgot about this. We have one piece that didn't want to connect. We have two pieces that didn't want to connect. That's right. I am remembering this now. I always like lighting a candle. And I got this one, let's see, Bergamot and Blossom and Orris. And it's all coconut. It's a coconut wax blend. And it smells amazing. This is Darcy and David's. I got this from Hobby Lobby. And they had them on sale. I think this was only 10 bucks for 18 ounces, which is pretty good for a candle. Oh, that's warm. There we go. I always love lighting candles when I'm working. It just makes things so much nicer. Okay. Got our wheels on. That's all done. Looks like we did the flower beds, the doors on. Okay. That's where we're at. So if you are following along, I'm on page 6 right now, and we're down here putting in the lamps. Yep, we are, because I put on the canopy here. So I really do need to fix this lamp. So I did get a couple new glues. Actually, this would be kind of fun. I kind of want to show you guys around a smidge. Excuse me. I kind of want to show you guys around a little bit before we really get going. So I'm just going to scoot you around here a little bit. You guys know I love using this cart. I bought this a while back to all my product and all my supplies that I use for making things, all my tools. I usually keep everything on here, but it was getting really overrun and just packed down. There's still plenty on here. But I found something on Amazon that I just got recently that I wanted to show you guys. And I got these cute little drawers over here, and these literally hold everything. I've got all my flat, long glues in here, painting stuff, all my snips and wire bending stuff, hot glue, even though I don't really use hot glue for anything anymore, a labeler, all my tweezers and my awl and stuff like that, extra lighting. I've got more glue over here, that's more like super glue. Extra parts for, can't really see this one, but there's like extra parts for another miniature that I'm filming down here. Different kinds of sandpaper, all the scissors, rulers, and there's a few screwdrivers in here. And the reason I love this totally makes ADHD feel so much more manageable when it comes to always misplacing and losing tools and things that I need. So this was just, this was only a few bucks on Amazon, I want. And maybe $8 or $11 or something. It was under 20, I know that, or even under 50. But they're sectional, so each one is, drawer set is individual, a bunch of small ones, a bunch of large sized ones, and then this one is a mix of large and small. And from what I can tell, they are technically interchangeable. But if you put a small one over here, you're going to have somewhat of a gap. But they have rubberized feet you can put down so they don't move very easily. But I absolutely love these. See where all my stuff is. And for me, that is absolutely huge. If you guys know me, I also keep the see-through square totes because I have a big square tote thing in the corner of the studio. I bought these so that I couldn't just label them, but I could actually see what's in the Sakura Densia. Everything for that is in here right now. But visuals work so much better for me, so I just had to share that little. I also got some of these. I think I got these at Hobby Lobby, and they're stackable, so if there's parts, and I can just label it myself, and they screw off, so you can pull them off individually, stack them together, and I can see them on my desk and they don't take up loads of space. So I got these at Hobby Lobby while I was waiting for these to come in. But I just had to share how cool that was because this was a game changer for me. Stacking everything on that or putting tools somewhere else, like on my my shelving over here, things were getting lost and I wasn't able to find things, and if I moved it somewhere else in the house, I wouldn't even know where to see it on here. So now I know that it's in here. Like the stuff I need is in here. So that was just super exciting. I had to share with you how cool that was before we continued. One thing I did get besides that, I started investing in a few extra glues. So you guys know how much I love Aleene's and the beacon glue that I'm always going on about. So I went back to Aleene's and I got a couple new fabric glues, and you'll see this in the next video. I'm working on the Bayberry Street Sensory Bookstore right now, and I'm using these in it. And this one we're going to have a special video on because you need organic vapor protection. So I got a specialized mask for it. I shouldn't have to use this today. I've noticed that Fabric Fusion does quite a bit, but when you're working with, actually show you. I know I said I wasn't going to do a tutorial, but here I am doing a tutorial. So I'm working on a sofa in this bookstore right now, And the sofa is made out of this, it's like a micro suede. I think that's what this is like a micro suede. And it's a poly blend. It's some, or at least the backing is some kind of poly blend. So it has some kind of plasticky fabric blend in it, whatever you want to call that. And because of that, the regular fabric fusion did not hold. And like I said, I cover all this in the bookstore video, so, and that video is going to be coming out soon, so hopefully in the next month you guys will be able to see the full video of that. But just as a quick overview, I did a piece of fabric. I don't know if I have it anymore. I don't think it's in here. But I did. It's right here. So it already ripped apart, but you can kind of see, you can see the color change on that, how it's a little bit darker, looks kind of wet. That was the fabric fusion glue. And I used a clamp. I clamped it down together like this and clamped it for over 24 hours, and it still split right apart. So for this particular micro suede kind of fabric, fabric fusion doesn't really work. It works great for other basic fabrics, pure cotton, stuff like that. This is fantastic. But for thicker or poly blend type of fabrics, this is the only thing, and you can see it on this one. I only had this down for a few hours, and it is not going anywhere. So, and no, I did not have this corner glued down. This part over here is, though. So this stuff, and it does not bleed through. If you look, there's a lot of glues will bleed through, but this one didn't, and you can tell there is no glue bleeding through that on either side. So definitely need some PPE for this. Since you guys are here, I'll show you. But this is the one I had to buy, the P100s. You can get these on Amazon. I will say Amazon is cheaper than going to your local hardware store, so if you're concerned about cost, Amazon is just fine for stuff like this. This came with 2 sets of filters, and you can replace them very easily. They just screw off and you can put new ones on. If you're using this regularly, I would say more for paint spraying. Replace them every 6 months, or when they start to smell like what you've been using, then it's time to replace them. But for something simple like this, where I did a lot of Googling on this, but I am in a 10 by 12 room here, and I have an open window. I also have a fan. Because it's so ventilated, and because this is such a small amount, something like this is plenty. If not, some would probably argue overkill for this, but there is a respiratory warning on this one, so I wanted to make especially sure. It specifically says on, I don't think it's on their website, but different PPE websites, 3M has this, I believe, on their website, about the very things that this is warning against. You cannot use a regular N95 mask, even with a filter. So I use this one every once in a while, mostly for sanding things. I have a lot of sawdust coming around me. Those will work fine. But for any type of paint spraying, or now for using these types of organic material glues, I've been sticking with something like this. And they're surprisingly comfortable. They're really soft, rubbery, mold to your face. So didn't think I'd be getting into any of that today, but that's kind of what's been on my plate lately, and I just worked on a video specifically talking about that that should be coming out soon. So I don't know everything about it. That's just the general knowledge that I have on that particular thing, or my use of it, I should say. This stuff is really great, though. It locks and bonds like nothing else. So watch out for your fingers, which is something we kind of have to do anyway, especially when we're using stuff like resin glues. So watch out for your fingers. You may even want to wear gloves when you're doing this. I'm not, because it's not, I'm not working with it that much. I'm using like dots, like miniature beads at a time, because I don't want it to spill out. So just use discretion when you're using it. Fabric Fusion is also really cool because it has this neat sponge end to it, so you can kind of sponge it out. This side's good for dots. It's that same like tip like this one, and this one you can kind of spread it out so it's not loopy or showing up in huge globs everywhere. You can spread it easier. I haven't used this a ton yet, but if you are using this, just one more quick note. There is a stopper in here, and you can't really tell, but it's an internal stopper. You have to keep this in here when you're not using it. The reason I say that is because I thought, oh, I don't need that. I can throw that out, put this back on, that should be fine. This is an opening. It spills out of here and destroys your cap, which I've already dug everything out of. So keep the stopper in when you're not using it. I didn't think this would end up being an infomercial for Aileen's. But just to, of course, the new thing I'm excited about is glue, right? So I just thought I'd share some of the new stuff I've been learning about and getting recently. So I hope that helps even just a little bit. So we'll get back into trying to get this thing to work correctly. We got one that looks like over here. And I was using the resin glue for this, but I'm kind of wondering if that's going to be doable moving forward here, because it doesn't seem to be sticking very well. I had to take off that sweater. It's actually too hot today. I love it. It's very cute, but just doesn't work for stuff like this. Okay. So what I want to do, I don't think this is going to work. I just need something for it to stick in. It's hard because it's metal. That's the hard part about it. I want to try... I guess we can try this again. Maybe I just didn't do it right or something. Or hold it in long enough. And maybe just make it a surface covering, because I think before I was kind of sitting it into itself. And if you can't see resin glue, it can't dry. I'm not really sure what else I can use for wiring. Yeah. Okay. And my the light for this charging, and that should be good now. Okay, so we'll try this again. And the hard part about this is holding it, because you really have to not touch it. Can I finagle this correctly? I might be able to. Okay. Okay, let's try that. It's completely surrounding it and covering it. Let's give that a shot. Making sure my fingers aren't touching it. I have noticed you guys have been enjoying some of the other videos that have been out on the channel, even though I took kind of a month break there, and I super appreciate you guys watching any of the new videos, leaving comments, just enjoying anything on the channel. That's my whole purpose, for people to just be able to enjoy making miniatures and enjoying their craft, because this is meant to be enjoyable. Which I keep telling myself every single day as I try turning it into a business model, but here I am. little bit more down here. And I have been super excited about some stuff that I wanted to talk to you guys about, and I know I mentioned a lot of it in the 2026 update video, but since... Ooh, that's holding. Okay, we're gonna go with that. Yay. Alright. I'm gonna try that same process over here. Trying to hold it in place while I dump glue on it. As long as it's covering and it can be seen, it should hold. And forgive me if you hear my neighbors on their motorcycles or anything like that. We live in a county area, and it's very common to hear motorcycles or the occasional fireworks, even if it's not the 4th of July. Which I love. I'd never not live in county again if I had any say in it. But if you can hear motorcycles, it's not me. But anyway, I've really been putting a lot more thought in this off time to some of the stuff I mentioned in the 2026 update video, because as you guys have probably noticed, not one larger build or diorama has hit the channel yet, and that's because obviously I haven't made any of that yet, but I've been also trying to level up my video creation game and how I'm making videos and the quality, because above all else I want you guys to have quality. Quality content has always been a major goal of mine with any of this, is to give you guys good things and not just slapping something together and the quality is crap. So I'm always striving to make it better, and as somebody that deals with ADHD and serious perfectionism, the entirety of April definitely was taken up, but getting back into the swing of things earlier in May, I could have started earlier, but I had my head going 5,000 different places and coming up with like 12 different businesses at once. And although I've never had any... Ooh, that is hot. I've never had any intention of stopping Kitsune Kustoms in any way. That's always been a... This will always and forever be my passion project, and I want to continue it as long as humanly possible. You can definitely thank my husband for keeping me going during earlier this year in the spring, because I never really wanted to quit, but I definitely wanted to add a million other things to Kitsune Kustoms right off the bat, which is not really logical when you think about it, but he's definitely somebody that keeps me focused and centered. So you can thank Kyle for that. Okay. Where do they want this? They want everything to come... Stick them together, so it wants it to all come together in the middle here. Okay. So that's what these other three are for. Let you guys see a little bit more there. I hope everybody's Saturday is going wonderfully, that you're relaxing and enjoying your day. Another reason why I like doing it on Saturdays. For a lot of people, it's meant to be a relaxing off day. And if I get to be part of that, I am incredibly honored. Okay, so it looks like they want me to take all the white ones and slip one of the beads onto here. Go. Kind of interesting. Actually using the electrical wires as part of the decor. That's a little new. At least for me anyway. We'll just get these on here. Work our way around. And it looks like everything just gathers. Not really sure yet how I'm gonna do that. They want everything to gather right here. So we're gonna pull off gray ones and just take these three right here. And it looks like they're supposed to center right about here in the middle. So I might have to do these one at a time. But basically, here, so you guys can actually see it, each of the beads is supposed to come up and connect right here. So I'm not really sure what type of glue I want to use for this. I could probably just use resin, but I don't know if I want to. So nothing else is really going to dry the way I want it to. We'll give it a shot. We will actively give it a shot. So from what I have learned, and it just worked again, so it does work, is I need to hold this in place without touching it. Get some glue on it, and then, oops, that's the wrong direction, then burn it in, essentially. But so back to the bigger builds story. Like I said, you guys haven't seen me put anything on the channel yet, and that's absolutely true. I hadn't really gotten to work on any of those yet because the stream and making the DIY tutorials has been my main focus. But I fully intend to branch out and make bigger and better things. And especially I have a million different diorama ideas floating around in my head of different video games, which is actually what I used to do. I used to be a gaming streamer, and I've considered redabbling in that every once in a while. There's still a possibility, and I might, but just differently, more along the lines of the purpose of me showcasing games that I want to turn into builds on this channel. Excuse me. So there's a huge possibility that I may be going back and doing some game streaming in the future, but that's not for certain yet. It could just be a part of this channel. I'm not 100% sure on that just yet. And yay, that worked. I'll continue that. Not going to try pulling at it too hard. Try to lay this down so I can get this to work properly. There we go. I have to do this right. I'm not pulling at this or getting any of the other cables involved. I apologize for my hand. It's really hard to find a good angle for everything sometimes. Which is one thing I'm definitely still learning about, what works best and all of that. There. Okay, there we go. But my goal is to make bigger dioramas. And I've mentioned that here on the stream before. That I want to make some really cool, big things. That is most definitely my goal. But taking a month off really gave me time to think about that. And yes, I have been editing probably the biggest video I've made today, and that's still in progress because we changed our entire editing process. But it really gave me a chance to look over what I wanted to make, what I wanted to do. I've even thought about a series of turning Tiny Glade creations into dioramas and making a setup so we could just create stuff in real life from Tiny Glade, which has been a huge inspiration of mine, and I love the developers of Tiny Glade. They're just wonderful. But there's been so many games where I've been inspired by buildings or different locations and just wanted to turn that into something real. One of the first things I intend to get to before I do anything else is still the potion craft building. If you guys have ever played that game, it's a little potions and alchemy creation game. It's super fun, especially if you like crafting and building things into your environment. It's very fun, and I absolutely love it. But the house, there's a whole building that you add on to in the game, and the building itself is incredible. All the different items, locations, and they actually showcase people every once in a while that make things based on their game. And ever since that game came out, I've had a dream of being one of those creators, and I want to make a full-on 1/24th scale diorama of the potion craft house and everything in it. So I'm really trying to overcome perfectionism with this because I want it to be perfect, while at the same time I'm still honing some skills of things I can use to create buildings like that. I believe it is a plaster-based, I want to say Tudor style home. That's kind of been my plan for that. But I am so excited about getting going on that more. And there will be more about that coming in the near future. Just know I'm planning on it. It's coming into play more and more as the weeks go on. I'm trying to come up with the right materials and decide how to film it so you guys can really enjoy the process and even get ideas of your own, which is another huge point of doing this. Is I want to inspire. I really want to inspire you guys to create and enjoy the creation process, and a reminder that anyone can do this. Absolutely anyone can do this. Okay, one more here. Oops. I got a little bit of it on my hands. Before I pull that thing, I'm gonna get it off with some alcohol. And this is what I do for getting glue off of brushes or myself. I'm gonna do this while I hold everything in place. There we go. I was hoping that would work. So good to know for the future. That was the first time I actually ever got this glue on me. For resin glue, as long as it's not dry. Because if it's dry, I don't know what to tell you. But if you have resin glue that's not dry or cured on your fingers, get a little bit of 91% isopropyl alcohol, which I always keep around when I'm working on miniatures. It is a glue user's best friend, in my opinion. And just keep it handy, and then you can wipe it off your fingers, your brushes. Because I have a couple brushes I use just for glue, so I can wipe off excess. I kind of dip it in here and it makes life so much easier. Instead of just hoping you don't put globs of stuff everywhere, it kind of negates that. So we're gonna do a little bit right here. There we go. Well, this actually worked out. I'm glad I went back to this and tried the resin glue again because I wasn't sure what else I was going to use. Resin glue works fantastic on metal. If anyone knows of a really good glue that works on metal, I would love to hear it. Metal or metallic things, metallic beads, anything like that. I've also noticed this pen works great when you're doing gel nails. So I like doing my nails individually, and I'll use this to kind of cure the paint and everything like that. I have a light that you can like slip your hand under and everything, but it's not very big, so I don't always use it. And this is even smaller, but you only need to hold this for like 10-15 seconds, but I am really making sure this is all dry. We have no issues or anything like that. And that it is dry from all angles. Because now that we've done this, we can pull it all together. And it looks like it wants me to wrap all the white wires and all the gray wires together. Okay, that is on there. Yay. And I'm gonna readjust a little bit of this. I really want it to be in a triangle shape. There we go. I would say that looks pretty good. And when all is said and done, it'll hang like that. Okay. Let's see, what is A45 again? Probably know the answer to this. The extra power wire. Oh, this one. Okay. I'm just trying to figure. Want me to cut out 2 sections of A45, which is this white power wire, in 45cm lengths, and 3. Unless I did this part already. This was the only other thing in here. What is A? That's the bulb, so I already did that. Distinguish the color, separate the colors, and connect as photo shown. So I did that. Wrap up the steel wires with the tape provided. Make a mark on the tail of the power lamp, blah blah blah. Distinguish the positive. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused. All I see is the pen. I think what it wants me to do, I think what it wants me to do, again, these are like instructions that are translated from another language. So it gets a little tough sometimes, but I think what it wants me to do is wrap the gray up and wrap the white up, and then cut two lengths of this and attach them so they extend longer. I don't know if that's possible though. I guess we can try. So I'm gonna pull off the ends of these here, all the white wires. We're gonna put them together. I should have enough here. Sometimes I like to cut extra lengths, but we're gonna try it this way. So all of these are connected now, and I'm gonna bend it so that if I need to connect it to something in the time being, I can. And I'm gonna undo all of these. This should work. See why it wouldn't. I'm still learning a lot about lighting. And lighting is one of my favorite aspects, so the more I get to learn about it, the better, and I love it. There we go. So we're just gonna wrap all of these together like we did the white ones. This is all the gray ones together. Okay, I'll make a little bend in that for quick connection purposes. Ooh, we're gonna move that out of the way as I spill more of it. Thankfully, alcohol is a very, very quick cleanup. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I've got batteries in here. I believe if I did this correctly, gray goes with black. We're gonna find out real fast. But I did a bend here so that I could do quick connections. There we go. And if it doesn't, I just pull it apart fast, and you have a little bit of time before it overheats. At least that's what I've noticed. So we're gonna make this quick connection here and make this quick connection here. And it works, so we have that on the correct ones. Now, what I want to test, so I have these polarities correct, that's good. So what it's telling me is I need to make, whoops, the mouse so fast. This is just a crude way of doing it because this is only by 15. So basically I need 15 and 15 is 30. And then, so I need 3 lengths of this. These are the rulers that come with the Mayberry Street kits. It gives you 15 centimeters of length. So we're basically gonna do this 3 times. That is 45 centimeters. And you can use regular scissors, you can use wire snips. This is so tiny that I'm just gonna go ahead and cut it. There's one, and this looks like the same length. It's probably enough just for this project, or this light, I should say. is a little bit more than that. Okay. So I'm gonna cut this off. There we go. That's our leftover. Okay. This is the hard part, and I still have yet to get this down very well, but I'm gonna give myself quite a bit of room here. And I'm just, because I don't have a wire gauge for this yet, I am just lightly getting in there enough to pull this off without cutting any of the wires, which is extremely difficult. So this may take you a few tries. Do smaller amounts if you're not super confident with it. Like smaller lengths until you're not chopping off wire. I'm kind of one to talk because I'm not super confident myself, but and sometimes this is so light and delicate, you can just use your nail and dig into it. It should come right off just like that. So what I'm going to try, at least what this is telling me I should be able to do, is connect all of this. Just like that. So now that one's connected. And then we'll do the same thing with this one. So it should just be an extension cable, essentially, is what I'm reading, or what it feels like I'm reading about this. So and then we'll do the other side. And I'm giving myself plenty. Normally, like, these show like that amount of space, and you can do that, but I like to give myself as much extra wire as possible, and if I have to trim, I have to trim. That's fine. Yeah, this stuff really does just pull off with your nail. It's so thin. So now I'm going to straighten that, and I'm going to connect this one. This didn't come with any other wire, so I really am hoping this is okay. Like I said, I guess we're going to find out here in a minute. Okay, that's connected. So now let's try it with let's try our little test here. I'm gonna kind of get these together, create a hook like I did the other ones. So it's not all just spread out here. And I am going to mark which one is which. So this is the black wire. You don't have to do this. This is just my way of remembering which wire goes where without short-circuiting anything. Okay, so this one goes on to black. Bend this down. Go. Okay, say a prayer. As soon as I can get this connected. There we go. And it works. Those are absolutely extension cables, and I'm just lightly holding them. That's why it's flickering, but it won't flicker in the future. Okay. We got our connections right, and it really is this A45 wire that they include really is just extension wire for both polarities, so that's actually pretty cool. Set that aside, and now we're going to tape these, and they do provide a bunch of their version of electrical tape. So I am going to do, oh, how do I want to do this? Because I'm going to bend it over and then we'll wrap it. So maybe I'll do this much. So this is done. So what I'm going to do is bend it over on itself like that, and then I'm going to wrap it. You could use electrical tape for this, which is essentially, I believe what this is just a white version of electrical tape. I have it on all my other miniatures. Oh my goodness. Forgive me, this is being an absolute pain. Wow, okay, there we go. Okay. And making sure it's covered. So I'll put it in the middle here. So we don't want this to go anywhere. And roll it as tightly as you can so it's not going to slip out. Does, whoop, just like that. See, it started to slip. I'm going to undo that real quick. Just kind of difficult. I'll put it up just a little bit more there. So it's more on the wire casing as well. Oh. Do whatever you need to do to get it to stick. And there we have it. There's the first connection of 3. Or 4, I should say, with the new one. We're gonna bend this down like that. Do the same thing. So I got it off because I kind of bent it here. And then tried peeling it. That's the only way I could get it. Okay. A little bit higher up on the wiring this time. And even lay them flat so you get more coverage. There we go. Okay. All right, so our connections are done. And so I think what this is supposed to do is this will extend up and back around the trailer, so it actually has room, because I believe can't tell if there's supposed to be a hole. Inside hole. I don't. There's none. You guys, I don't know about you, but I don't see a hole up here. You see a hole up there? Even towards the back, there's no hole. Oh boy, let's see. It literally shows it going straight through the roof. Clever. None of the pictures show the top. Bottom view, front view, back view, no top-down view. Let's see. Not even there. Those sly dogs. Not even the, I was just looking at the box that it came in. Even that doesn't show. Because it wants you to run it through a hole in here. Oops. Oh no! Our door! I forgot I couldn't lay it flat. Oh well, we'll just glue it back on. This might be something we put in last, honestly, especially because the flower boxes don't get in the way because the edges are raised on here. And it's kind of flush with that. We'll put this back on another time. But for purposes of being able to get in here and mount things, I'm not going to worry about the door right now. I think I may have to drill a hole in the seat. It doesn't say, please drill a hole. Let's see. Stick the... Okay, this is literally what it says. You stick the pendant lamp pressed by hands and wait till the glue is dried. Okay. So... Then it says stick the power wires via the line that it shows inside of the A1 wood box, which is this thing, the pre-made trailer, and put them through the inside hole. Inside. Oh. Okay, I was totally reading that wrong. So, excuse me, sorry. Gosh, sorry, I had to blow my nose. So, it is showing a picture of it starting here. But what it wants you to do is then work the wire forward. Let me push this up here. Work the wire forward. Bring it down here to this front corner, and then push it to the back corner where you can see there is a wiring hole. So it's here, forward, this way, down, and to the back. Okay. Well, this ought to be interesting. So it wants a give of 6.5 centimeters to just dangle. That's a lot of centimeters. Does it know how I made this? 6.5 centimeters. That's a little... Yeah, 6.5 centimeters. My god, so it wants it to hang that low? That's literally having it hang. I don't know if you can see that. Let me switch to the other camera here. There, so you guys can see this a little bit better. That's literally having it hang that low. And I look at this in the front. That feels kind of low to me. It's like halfway down into the doorway. If I look at pictures in the front of this book, if I can ever get there with one hand. Maybe. Yeah, that is completely unrealistic. So I'll show this on the other camera because this one doesn't like to play nice with close-ups. But if you look here, as soon as it decides, there we go. That doesn't hang down into the door frame. The pendant may hang down into it a smidge, but I don't need 6.5 centimeters for that. So I'm just gonna eyeball it. We're just gonna eyeball it. And here's that line I was talking about. Where is it? Right here. There's that line showing where it's going to start on the inside, and this line shows where the wire goes on the inside of the trailer, not the outside. Read the directions, everybody. It'll benefit you every time. Oh, and I spilled a ton of Lovely. But again, thankfully it's alcohol and it doesn't really mess with a whole lot. But that'll dry in too. I'm gonna put this way over here. The amount of alcohol that's been on this, spilled on this desk is crazy. Okay. So, how am I gonna do this? I'm thinking it's really gonna be just right up to where I put these beads here. I don't see any other way I'm gonna be able to do this. I kind of want... No, I can't. I don't have enough for that. I wish I had something to tie this off with, and since I've connected everything already, I can't. Or I could glue it together, but it's already going to get glued. But I need it to wrap and then bend. Kind of like that. And then that is what's going to get connected to the ceiling. So I just wrapped this wire and then bent it to the side so it would have something to rest on. And I can probably do some readjusting if I leave a tiny bit of wire. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring it up a little bit so I have a little bit of wire here to adjust this thing with, and where that bend is where I'm gonna glue it to the top. Oh, and I am not sure what I want to use. This is usually where I use hot glue, honestly, but I'm really trying to get away from using hot glue. And I don't have it hooked up either. I want to use resin. I'm going against my own rules here. Trying to make this more accessible. There we go. Now you guys will be able to see me putting this thing in, because I can't really tilt it up while I'm gluing it. So what I'm going to do, if I have that bend, that's exactly where it's going to lay. So it should be able to lay on its own. Me doing that. Wait, where do they want this? About right there. Okay. And you can see it's flopping around. That way I'll have more give in when gravity is doing its thing. When I flip it back around, I'll be able to adjust it. I think I'll be able to adjust a little bit more. It's a theory, but it's a working theory, and we're going to go with it. All I'm going to do, because the glue needs to be seen, I'm going to try draping a ton of this. So it basically connects, the glue connects onto the trailer. So it's kind of draping over like kind of like if I had taped it in place. So, and that's kind of where I see resin glue being useful, in areas where the glue wouldn't be seen if you're putting two things together, because that's generally the problem when you're using resin glue. But what I just did, and what I've been doing every now and then. I'm kind of treating it like tape, or how you would use tape. And tape is just draped over things in order to secure it in place, essentially. That's exactly what I'm doing with the resin glue. I'm treating it like I would tape, and I'm just draping it over two different objects to secure that object in place to the other one. That way the glue is seen everywhere and the light will be able to hit it. At least 90% of the time. I've had a few instances where I've had to redo things with, like with the chandelier, I had to redo it. But I tried it again, and in the end it ended up working. So I don't know how people are doing this with just the glue that comes with it. I would go insane if I only had the glue that came with it. I really hope this works so I'm not screwing myself. So I had to turn it here a little bit. You can't really see it right now. Now it's staying in place. I had to see what was going on. But I am holding a light over it to glue it down. And it's dangling right now because obviously it's not in the right place, but let's see. That is perfectly dry. Nice and hard. Just how you know when that stuff is dry. So if I played my cards right, forget the wires. And I should be able to, these will all get put on the inside here, but I should be able to adjust it where I want to. It may take some finagling, but it looks like I will definitely be able to adjust that. Yeah, this should be adjustable without much of an issue, which is great. So we're going to come back over here. And what it wants me to do is glue it down in a couple key areas. So right here in this front corner. So it's bringing it forward, and then we're coming over this way and down this side. So for that, we can do the same kind of draping, tape draping, if you will. That's what I'm going to call it. Resin glue / tape. But I guess to give you a visual, because I am all about visuals, let's say I was trying to secure my finger down to this mat like that. If you put the glue in between my finger and the cut mat, the light wouldn't be able to get to it, so it wouldn't glue. It wouldn't stick down. In order to get it to stick, I need to drape resin glue across to where it's touching my finger and either side of the cut mat. So I'm essentially doing this with the glue. That's why I call it like the tape method, because then you could see, because if I just put it underneath, let's say I put resin glue, this is resin glue, and I put all of it underneath, the light wouldn't hit that and it wouldn't actually stick down. It would stick here, this would be on the cut mat perfectly, but the part that's under here, the light wouldn't be able to see, so it wouldn't stick. Of course that sticks. But the draping method, now the whole thing can be seen by the light, so it stays down and it'll actually glue down properly, or in a better way at least. But that's what I'm doing. That's the process I just used here. That's the process I used to connect the wires, the metal, all the metal wires and the electrical wires together in there earlier. I just hope that explanation helps in a little bit, especially if you're trying to use resin glue. Excuse me. Here's enough water to... Don't forget to stay hydrated when you're crafting. So what I'm doing right now is that same process, and it's really hard to show that I'm draping the glue over the wires and onto the camper roof. Some of it's just a little hard to showcase. That's what gets really hard with filming these two sometimes, is getting the right angles. And I'm still constantly in a learning process of what angles work better. I kind of have, I'm addicted to watching YouTube videos of how people film their crafting stuff, and I'm always looking for new ideas for angles and shots and better lighting and everything like that, because I want you guys to see what I'm doing. I don't just do this. Well, the stream is like a love letter to myself in a way, so that I can just create with other people, because I really don't know anyone that makes miniatures. At least my personal circle, I don't really know anybody else that makes miniatures that live nearby. Anyway, shout out to my friend Penny, who lives in Indiana. She is an incredible woman, and I just love her work. I love all the conversations that we've had. We love talking miniatures, and we're in a Facebook group together about miniatures, of course, and we so enjoy this whole little world, and I have so much fun talking to her. But she lives really far away, which we were super bummed about when we found out that we live thousands of miles away from each other. And so it's kind of hard to find other people that like doing this. And I decided to start the stream purely because I could connect with other people that enjoy miniatures and want to have somebody else to work alongside of. I love finding like Twitch streams or YouTube streams of people painting Warhammer miniatures or painting in general, drawing. It's perfect for body doubling, especially if you have ADHD. It's just incredible because somebody else is working right alongside you, and it kind of, if you don't have ADHD, body doubling is great if you struggle with motivation to start a task, and having someone else, anyone else, to kind of work alongside you literally makes that task possible in some respects. So I love the idea of body doubling, and if I can provide that to anyone, I fully intend to do that. And that's the reason, part of the reason I love streaming. It's for me, definitely. I'm a little bit selfish in that way, that I want a place to connect with other people and we can craft together and just have fun, but also just to be a body double for people who really, really need that. So I'm coming up to the portion that has the wire connections here. There you can see them a little bit better. And I kind of want to let these be available if I need to fix anything, or the wiring tries coming undone for whatever reason. So I'm going to stretch this and try to hide these, but I might hide these with a little bit extra of the tape and just actually tape it down so that I can lift it back up if I need to in the future. So I'm gonna end up taping this part, and then we'll continue the glue in the corner, and then it'll work, the wiring will work down this way, and then it'll come down here in this corner. And this is where stripping this probably wasn't the best idea, but it'll come through this back hole right here. I do have some electrical tape, but I don't have any white electrical tape on me. And I am going to... I think it's... Yeah. Okay. So I don't have to use regular tape. I can just keep using this. So I'm just going to use a little bit. And I'm just gonna tape this down on the inside here. If I need to access it for whatever reason, redoing things, maybe a light bulb went out and I need to actually change wiring, which is always possible, I can get to it easily. It won't be too noticeable. Oh. Except it really doesn't hold. This electrical tape, it's not necessarily... This is super hold Scotch tape. I'm gonna try that. I may end up having to glue this, but I really want to try. Hopefully this does stick to wood. There we go. Oh, that actually works pretty well. A little bit more down so the wiring stays down here. Awesome. Okay, so that's down. And you can kind of see how I did that. It's just held down with tape a little bit. But, well, when we flip it back around, we'll see it. I'm going to continue this around the side here. And some of these flower things are falling off. I'll end up putting a few back in. I'm gonna... It's probably not the way they intended, but I'm just gonna tape a lot. Never... It really is not gonna be... So... Call me sacrilegious for using tape. Wish. But, I really don't see a point in putting glue in an area I can't even get to, really. Lead this down here. And it's very hidden. I might be able to do this over here now. Pull this down here. Promise I'll come back in a second. Getting this in a corner. Oh, what am I doing? I have tweezers. This wire will get pulled along the back here. Where I can push the wires. I don't know if you just saw that come through or not. Here they are. There we go. Wonderful. I'm curious where this is going to end up. Where's the battery box go? It's probably going to be underneath, but I know, it just hangs out. So it'll just lay behind the trailer at some point. So that's fine, that can stay out. And this back piece I will use glue for because I don't like the idea of having tape. And it's along the bottom, so it's a lot easier for me to get to. Kind of see it there. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna pull these. little bit of glue draping. I think there's supposed to be a couch or a table or something that goes up against this. While I'm holding that down, I think there's supposed to be a couch. Or a stand, or, you know, a table, something. There is a bed. Okay, the bed goes in this corner, so we really won't have to worry about these wires being seen, which is fairly normal for miniatures. You cover wires with furniture. We already got our first piece of lighting in. That's pretty exciting. Usually you don't really hook up all the wiring until the end. In a lot of the miniatures I make, but mostly Mayberry Street does that from what I've noticed. But honestly, it makes more sense to do the lighting right in the middle of it, or even near the beginning, because you're going to put stuff over the wiring anyway, so. Yeah, that's in. Very cool. That's not going anywhere. Okay. And I'm gonna take a look at the flower beds again near the end of this, see if there's anything else we can add or fix or whatever. Let's see, next one is the lamp, and this one's pretty good to go. It just needs to go in. I already tested it. I know it works. Where does the lamp go? There's another hole back in here. No, this lamp goes in this back corner. Was I supposed to do the window coverings already? Because it's showing that. Showing all the window coverings already being done. Oh. Oh. Okay, that's weird. Oh. No, okay. I did that right. In between all this, I was supposed to put the curtains in, so, and that'll be smart because this is dictated by it goes over here in this back corner, but it's kind of dictated by where the curtain sits on this window. So I'll grab the curtains. Some of this wiring stuff cleaned up here. Oh, I remember making these. This is like the last thing we made on stream. That's right, getting these to flare out was super fun. Picture frames. I forgot about this. There's our picture. Our stairs. We got our stairs. Those haven't gone on yet either, so this stuff can probably... Pictures up and... Show... Okay. I remember what I did with this, so we'll do that in a minute as well. What are these for? Is that a curtain rod? It's like marshmallows on sticks. 1 second. Oh. This is what happens when you haven't worked on a miniature in a long time. Okay, so we'll do our curtains in just a minute. These little marshmallow stick things are for holding our awning up. So it's supposed to connect. Oh boy. Interesting. It's supposed to hang lower. And this is supposed to bend more. go back here. I skipped some stuff, didn't I? Yeah, this is supposed to bend down more like that. And then supposed to bend down more, and then it's supposed to connect like that. Okay, that makes sense. Sure, there's 8 over here. Yes, okay. So it's supposed to go directly underneath and connect to that. Okay. I'll probably be able to use beacon for that without much of an issue. Hopefully. Might have to hold it in place for a little bit, but not super straight. I'm just using my nylon pliers to straighten this wire out. But get where I want it. Just press it into place here. We'll hold that down for a minute or two. And then it should be fine. Beacons is pretty good about drying quickly. This is definitely the difference between filming a tutorial getting dull. No, okay, good. This is definitely the difference between filming a tutorial and filming something live. It is sticking. It's not fully dry yet, so that's a great thing about this stuff, and I've said it 5 million times across the channel videos, but it'll start to set pretty quickly, but then it's still malleable enough to move it around until it's exactly where you want it. Do the same thing over here on this side. Now straighten that out a little bit again. Oops. There we go, much better. Idea of where I want it. Oh boy. I think this needed to be a little bit longer. Either I cut it at the wrong length. Okay. Still should be able to save it. It's not going to be perfect, but when is any of the stuff that we make? It's not really meant to be either. It's supposed to be a visual of you and the work that you do and how much you enjoyed making it. That's really all it is. Is it fun to make it look nice? Absolutely. And sometimes it's necessary, especially if you're, you know, going after getting an award for it, or you want it in a museum, or anything like that. I know some miniature artists that's what they do, and their work is in museums. If that's what you're going for, then absolutely study your craft, get better at it, which is something I aspire to, absolutely. But I also just aspire to enjoy what I do and enjoy making these and make it feel accessible to anyone. So if it's not perfect, it's not perfect. You just made, if I could quote one of my favorite artists, Bob Ross, they're just happy little accidents, and in the long run, no one really cares that much. You're your own worst critic. And I am preaching to myself because I continually tell my husband how crappy I am and how bad my work is, and there's so many artists that are better than me, and but honestly, always being able to learn from those that are better than you, and correct things and improve on what they did in any way is always a good place to be. Okay. The rods are on. That looks much better. We'll work on the interior curtains. I think I'm going to leave the camera here because otherwise you're not going to really be able to see. We will readjust that chandelier in a little while. But with all the jostling around I'm going to do, it's not going to make any sense to do it right now. So let's do... I have to figure out where each of these go. Curtain 1, curtain 2. Curtain 1. So these are curtain 1 here, and these are curtain 2, I believe. All the same. That one doesn't get a curtain. Not that one. We already put lace in it. So it's just all the other ones. So this one will go on this side. This was my best looking one in my opinion. So this will go in there. And I want to put the glue just supposed to go straight over it. Okay. Okay. Let's try and hold it by the front here. Oh. Cute on the outside too. Hold this down into place for a second. I hope you guys are enjoying the music. This I have it in the description, but this music is from Spirit City Lo-Fi Sessions. It's a productivity game you can get on Steam, and all the music is stream ready, which is fantastic. If you're a streamer, you'll know how important it is to have music that you won't get copyright strikes on. So there's a link down in the description if you want to check out the game on Steam or on Steam's website. I think I have the website link listed. If you don't, regardless if you have the Steam app or not. That's a great, great game. Here we go, there's the first one. Is that lopsided? It sure is. Well, let's see if the... Yep. It's still movable. There. Hey. Nice and straight now. That's super cute. Doesn't look exactly the way I wanted it to, but... a little wonky, being honest. Oops. It's a little wonky. But it does look good. Okay, now we're gonna do the one right here. This one's gonna be hard to show. So I'm gonna get the glue down. Off the tip a little bit. So it always gets gunky. Yeah, that's what she said. Okay. There we go. That was pretty easy. Oh, and you can see it. That's cute. I love it. That really does look nice. That really does look nice. I like that. This one, I would argue, even looks better than the other side. Probably should have straightened out the wiring a little bit before sticking it in. Okay, now let's get these other curtains on. We've got three more, yeah. So these just go on the inside of these windows here. Always wants to come out. Just loads of it. Loads and loads. You'll have to forgive me, I love dumb jokes like that. I can't see what I'm doing. I'm gonna have to come at this very weird. Like literally looking through the door as I'm putting it on. Can I do that? No, I can't. I do it with one hand. Oh, that actually looks really good. This part got a little wonky. I can lay that flat at some point. We got that one on. That one actually went in pretty well. That corner. There we go. doesn't look perfectly straight yet, but there we go. That looks good. Do the last one. Okay, last one. There we go. Let's give this one a second. And I'll showcase the whole thing for you guys. Oh, cool. Okay, lift it up. You guys can see the whole thing. Oops, there we go. Got the two in the back there. Got that one in. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see this one. You can kind of see it in there. And then this one, probably only going to be able to see through the door hole. See if I can angle it correctly so you can see it. Oh, other way. There you go. It's back in there. Can't really light that very well, but... And they look good through the windows too. I like it. Very nice. Okay, while we're waiting for that, we're gonna finish up the picture frame. Which originally, I was waiting for all the glue to dry to be able to cut it out. There we go. Oop, I got blades falling everywhere. There we go. So all I'm gonna do is cut this center part out here. And it's a couple layers thick, so I'm gonna do several passes on it until I feel myself going down to the cut mat. I'm just going along the line that this picture frame created. And this will give it, like, you could cut off the edges of this and just lay that picture into it, but it won't give the effect of it being behind the picture frame. So that's why I'm still cutting this out. Go. We got some pretty clean edges on that. There's our picture frame. And we'll lay it forward. And just to check, that is a perfect fit. Okay. And I'm just going to use regular Aleene's tacky glue for this. And a tiny bit on the edges, corner, and I'll spread it around here. Okay. And then we'll lay it in the center. And if we need to move it around, we can. For a second, anyway. And there we go. Now we have a picture. Let's wait for this to autofocus. Now we have a picture with a little bit of depth to it. And if you really want to know it's secure before you place it, your miniature, you can always clamp it down on the ends. And that way we know this thing is dry. Some edges there, there we go. So we can wait on that for a few minutes and know that that picture is in there and dried down before we do anything else. Okay. Alright, and since we're at our halfway point, I'm going to take a quick 15-minute break and go grab a snack because I did not really eat before I started this today. So I'm going to go do that for just a quick 15-minute break. Feel free to stick around, and when we come back, we're going to place the other light in, and we'll put the picture in. What do we have coming next? And then we're actually going to get started on some of the interior pieces. There's a cupboard, there's cutting boards, pots and pans, pillows, there's a sink cabinet that we're going to be working on. All of that, now that we finally have a lot of this exterior and minor interior stuff underway, we can get started on the interior pieces. So when we come back, do the light and get started on cabinetry pieces. So oops, 1 second. I'm a little bit lower, but there we go, because I had to lean it down. So stick around and we will be back in just a little bit to continue the camper. Hey guys. Okay, I am so sorry about that wait. I'm actually trying to fix something right now because um I guess while we were on break, there was a song from Spirit City Lo-Fi that was not stream friendly, I guess. And YouTube tried shutting the stream down. Uh, when I stopped the track list entirely, it is when it came back. But since I was downstairs snacking on something real quick, I didn't see it in time because I guessed it warned, and then so I'm gonna try to figure out when that happened real quick. I'm not really seeing. Okay. It didn't. Unfortunately, it didn't. It says it was supposed to give like a warning before it suspended anything, and it didn't. It just flat out suspended it. So, um, I had to turn the music off in order to um, get that back. Now when so thankfully the stream came back and we're good. I'm a little nervous to play any more music because obviously um, it doesn't want to do anything else. Or it obviously it's freaking out about that. I will say, however, if you let me see if I can find this. I know it's in here somewhere. There is a YouTube license for this. It's for featuring. I'm reading this off of the Steam store page. Um, all music. This is straight. I'm verbatim reading off of the. Excuse me, reading off of the Steam store page where you can buy this game. It says all music is game. All music in-game is fully stream-friendly, perfect for featuring on YouTube or Twitch as a pleasing background. And the license goes through August of 2028. So, or that's for Homework Radio, but I wasn't playing Homework Radio. I was playing something from Lo-Fi Girl, which is the creators of Spirit City Lo-Fi is Lo-Fi Girl, the YouTube channel. It's the same entity, I believe. So, but it literally states on their page that all music in-game is fully stream-friendly. So I'm gonna probably be contacting the developers sometime this afternoon or tomorrow and let them know what I was listening to and see why I ended up with a copyright claim, or if there's something I'm supposed to be doing that I was previously unaware of, to make sure that I wouldn't get any copyright claims. So I'll be contacting them in the future. So unfortunately, we'll probably have to, unless I can connect to, I have an idea. You have an idea because I believe Chill Hop. They have an app. I know they have a radio. Let's see. So sorry, guys. Just give me one moment. I'm just trying to figure out. Because it's letting me link up stuff, so I have a feeling it should let me. I don't know if I can do it midstream. It looks like I. Bear with me for one moment. I'm sorry, guys. um, I don't know if I can use Chill Hop with. It looks like I have to do licensing with them, so I might not be able to do that right off the bat. I feel like we've done that before, though, and it wasn't an issue. So I'm gonna have to look that up, but unfortunately, we'll probably have to go without music for the rest of this just to play it safe. Also, I'm realizing I had to turn on my AC unit in here because it's that hot, and I think unfortunately, even though the noise gate isn't picking it up, whenever I talk, you can hear it. So give me one moment. Okay. I went ahead and turned off the AC because until I can figure out how to make that work together, uh, that'll probably be kind of kind of an issue. So I still really want to have music because there's not very much fun without it. I do know of another couple playlists in this that I know of another couple playlists that are okay for use that I've used before. I haven't really before I hadn't really messed with the Lo-Fi Girl playlist in here. It does say all music, but clearly it's not all. So I'm gonna go back to the homework radio inside of Spirit City that I was using before, and in lists that I have used in this stream multiple times. So we're gonna try that. If we get another, excuse me, I'm so sorry. If we get another claim within the next hour, I'll just shut off the music entirely. But I really don't want us to not have any music. So if anyone knows, I forgot to do this, but I need to pull my hair up. I'm so hot. But if anyone knows of, I'm going to be looking this up and researching this myself, but if anyone knows of a reason why that's happening or what we could do to fix that or whatever, I would be hugely grateful because I would like for us to be able to listen to music while we're doing this. So I'm so sorry about that, guys. I'll have to, like I said, I'm gonna check with the developers at some point and find out what music, if any, really isn't usable by YouTube. Or if the license ran out that I'm not aware of. This game's been out for at least a year, if not a couple years. Let's see. Oh, it came out. It's been out for 2 years now. It came out in April 24, so it's been out for a couple years. I will for sure find out if I can get a hold of Mooncube Games. They're the actual developers and publishers of this game. I'll see if I can contact them or find something on their website or whatever to find out why YouTube wanted to pause all of a sudden and see if we, because this has been my go-to with everything else being shut down or having a hard time finding not just copyright free, because I have absolutely no issue with crediting creators for any music that I use. Like I have Epidemic Sound, and you'll see that in all of my other YouTube videos. And as long as you credit people properly or you have their permission, whatever, it shouldn't be an issue. Oops. Forgot to turn off my... So, I'll definitely be contacting them to find out what happened here. Because like I was saying before I interrupted myself, that I have no issues with crediting people. I'm not out here to just you know, pretend it's, doesn't have a license or it's copyright free or whatever. I try to stay away from YouTube videos that say copyright free music because a lot of times it's not, unfortunately. So I try to stick with either having a subscription to something like Epidemic Sound is usually what I use for regular videos that I can edit, but for live streams it's been a little bit harder to find something that's usable. So I will do what I can to find, if not find out what happened with this, then at least find another source that we can use to continue this. So I'm so sorry about that. Thankfully, it didn't happen. It happened while we were on break, and it wasn't right in the middle of actually making something. So that part's good. But I will find out what's going on with that. So instead of continuing to break the vibe here, let's see if we can get back into it. Like I said, I'm gonna play a playlist that I know has worked every other stream we've done, at least with this, has been this playlist that I'm about to play in Spirit City. So it's never given me an issue before. I have no copyright strikes on any of my streams. So I'll play this one for now and we'll see what happens. Hopefully this won't be too much of an issue. I've used this one, and I've used the one that's just beneath it. Just like their spring one. So I will do my best to make sure we don't have any issues with this. I'm not seeing anything that's like, you know, that I'm going to be in huge trouble or anything like that. YouTube's pretty good about, from what I've noticed, giving you chances to correct anything. And it looks like we should be okay. But we're going to see what happens with this music. And we'll go from there. So let's get back into it as much as we can. I ended up turning off the AC and I closed my other light source, my window. So I'm gonna bring over this light so I can actually still have plenty of light while we're doing it. Not unplugged. There we go. Much better. Much better. Okay. I'm so sorry about that crazy crazy delay there. Okay. That picture frame is fully done. Now we can fit it. They want it like up in this direction right here. That's where I'm gonna place it. I'll use some excuse me, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna use some tacky glue for it, just on the back of it. A little bit. Push it in. There we go. Alright, there we go. There we go. Okay. Now that we've got that, I think all we need now is another wall lamp, which goes in this back corner. Right back there. Wires are just... Excuse me. Okay. I'm going to use beacons for this. And I'll be able to adjust it. And then we'll wait on pulling the wiring through until a little bit later. I have to sit here and hold this for just a second. Sorry if the mic's too low. I can actually pull it over here a little bit more. There we go. It's already starting to get sticky, so... Oops. Yeah, I'm gonna have to sit here and hold this for just a minute because it does not want to stay yet. This is gonna look really good when it's done. You know, I could lift it up on its back like this. There we go. You won't be able to see it, unfortunately, but I'm pressing it down with the metal and trying to let gravity help just a little bit. I'll lean it back off of the flower bed. Okay, so once that's dry, we'll be able to move it around a little bit more. And I can tell I'm definitely going to have to change how I did the wiring on the side panel over here, because the tape very much shows on this end, so I will change that in just a little while. Okay. Now that we've done that, and we're probably just gonna have to wait a few minutes for that to finish, we're all done with page 6, so we can finally move on to page 7. And there are, for reference, there are, aside from this last page here that just has the case, like the plexiglass case that this goes in, this technically has 13 pages of instructions. So we're over halfway there. Actually, we're about halfway there now. Okay. So we are going to actually move this out of the way because we won't... This needs to dry. Now we're going to move on to starting our little cabinet here, the sink cabinet. This is going to be super fun. I've, been waiting to work on stuff like this, so this will be great. So we need some of the B stuff, B11 and 12 and all that. That's all in B1. Sorry, I had to blow my nose. I hate doing that while we're doing this. Okay, so we need A39, so we need something off of here. I think it's these. A39 for 1. So these two. Yep. These two. 4-2 and 4-3. Okay, so these ones right here. And I actually don't know what I did with my large scissors. I think either I took them out or my husband came in and borrowed them and took them out and we just didn't bring them back. I very well could have taken them into our office and just not brought them back in yet. So what I'm gonna do is just go grab my pair of scissors real quick. So I'll be right back. Okay. Well, I didn't find the scissors I keep in this room, but I found a pair that I just recently sharpened, so I'm gonna go ahead and cut this off to give us more space to cut with. And then I'll take these out. There we go. I'm gonna laugh when I find them because I probably just organized them so well I can't find them anymore. Anyway, I'm sorry about all the delays today, and break ended up taking a little bit longer than I intended it to. And then, well, with the half of my break there was just trying to figure out what happened with that little copyright thingy, so hopefully we're not going to have that issue again. I'm not seeing any issues right now or claims or anything like that, so hopefully we won't have this issue anymore. So I'm gonna pull out the big stuff so I can at least see what's in here. That's the top of the sink, I think. It looks like it is. Oh no, this is the front. This is the hole for the oven. Oh, that's cute. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna do that. I need 2 B11s, B12, and B13. I believe. Yep, that's that. And then there's only one of these, so we kind of know. And even lay it on this. Yep. Yep, that's it. Oh, no. I almost dropped everything. So that's all of that. Now what else do we need for this while we're here? We might as well pull it all out. This is so funny. It doesn't actually say that it's this one, even though it obviously is. But that's B9. This is B9, and I'm not seeing... It doesn't say B9 anywhere. Oh. That's because I'm skipping stuff. Gosh, how in the world? Okay. Well, we can make the cabinet. We can go ahead and make the cabinet. That's fine. Wow. So jumping ahead here a little bit. Let's see. I guess we should back up a little bit to the beginning of the cabinet because we're supposed to put the oven in first before we do anything else. So we'll do that. We'll at least do that. So I'm jumping ahead here a little bit. And we know what these go to, so I'm just going to sit these off to the side because we're going to come up to this again here in a minute. But for now, I have a template on page 14 of this. Okay. Okay, so at the back of this, there's some templates back here. Have paper. Somewhere. Here it is. So in the C1 bag with all the fabrics and stuff, pull this out real quick. There should be a sheet. Yep, there it is. That's exactly what we need. And, ooh, interesting. Okay, hold on. Let's make sure we're using the right thing here. We don't need any of that. It's probably for the pillows. Okay, so C30. So these are two different kinds. This is like mirror type stuff, and this is like an aluminum, like a brushed aluminum. So let me make sure I know. Pink paper, green paper, yellow paper. So it does give you quite a bit of understanding about what goes where. Let's see. Where's the stuff that has all the paper? That would be C, correct? Yes. Okay. That's funny. So in here, it says C30 is the light silver paper. And it even shows it in a square like this. And then C31, which is this one, is the dumb silver paper. Literally, that's how they describe it. Although I would call this brushed. That's like you can get brushed nickel or whatever. It's just not shiny. Like this is chrome. This is chrome silver paper, or mirrored silver paper, I would say, even though it would have to be pretty perfect to be a mirror. And this I would say is brushed silver paper. So that's what we'll call these. Nobody's dumb here. This is the chrome silver paper, C30 chrome silver paper, C31 brushed silver paper. That's what we're going to call it. And what I'm going to do, because I know this isn't going to get used, just in the corner here. Oh, it looks like that tried transferring on the back, so do it really light. Be careful of that, because it could come through, and the lettering you just wrote could come through, but I just put C30 on the back. And C31 on this one. Okay, so I'm gonna clean up my mess. I know there's a few of these small pieces that are gonna come into play here in a minute. So I'm going to just push all this up here for a minute. I think we're gonna be, oh my god, can I not pick anything up with no nails? Excuse me so much, I'm sorry about that. Okay, leave this up here because we know that's from B1. And what I want you to do is we're gonna go ahead and cut out, and it's all blank on the other side so it's easier to use. I'm gonna go ahead and cut this out. There we go. So we know this whole thing is used for this. That whole thing is used for that. I don't see anything about C31. So I don't know where that one's gonna come from. Excuse me. That's all C8. That's that, this is all the template for that wood-looking paper, I believe, so we can make our suitcase, which I think is going to be really cool. We do need C31, and I believe there is a possibility it's used in this. Yes. There it is. C31. Okay. So we're gonna cut this one out. And that'll get attached to this. So just like before, because all it wants is that grayed out part. That's the part you actually need. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this right in the corner, and I'm going to do some of my double-sided tape. And I'll put it in the corner here. There we go. There we go. And I'll also, I forgot about that, which is nice that it's so easy to peel, but I need to do a small bit in the center. There we go. I know I'm doing a lot of this backwards, but that'll be okay. I think this is all that this brushed silver paper was needed for. But I always like putting the images in the corners of it just in case, like, you know, I mess up, I need to cut a little bit more out or anything like that. So there we go. And then cut through this one. And make the straightest lines I can possibly make. There we go. Got the center part out. And I don't know if you can see this, but we'll be able to if I hold it correctly. Gonna autofocus today? There we go. So that inner line there, that inner square is dotted. You probably can't see it on this from this view, but it is dotted, meaning it folds. And the X lines kind of going into the center there are meant to be cut because we're going to be folding those edges back around a piece of wood. So I'm going to go ahead, probably should have done this part first, but I'm going to go ahead and cut that. No. I'm just trying to hold it. There we go. And then we can go ahead and peel off template carefully. And even if the tape, this tape anyway, didn't want to come with it, you can still peel it off without damaging the paper itself, which is really, really nice. Although I just kind of bent it with my nail a little bit, but that wasn't because of the tape. That's just user error. Okay. I'll try to be a little bit more careful over here. There we go. Now that little crease over there was because of me. It was not because of anything else. Okay. We'll go ahead and hang on to... We'll hang on to this for now until we know that we're done with that brushed silver paper. Do a little bit of cleanup. Okay. We have this part ready to go. Now we'll work on this. And we need 3, both 3s. Need 1, 2, and 3. Looks like, yep. So these are the back and all the sides of the oven, and then this is the front door of it. So we'll do the exact same thing. And what I'll do for this is put tape in the corners, and I'm just trying to do small amounts so we can save the tape. A nice big piece in the middle there, and then make sure we have this correct. And what I can do, so this outer edge they always put it in is so you can line it up correctly with the amount of paper or fabric you have, but I always like waiting to cut off that part about saying exactly what this is until I am ready to attach it. That way I'm not guessing like, oh, is that what that was? So that's just a device a visual device I use to make sure I'm not messing it up. But this way we know that can go literally right there. And we shouldn't have any concerns about it being in the right spot. I don't know what this thing is. I think that's a knife. And it looks like we were supposed to have made the knife already, so I'll go ahead and cut that out for us to use in a little bit. Here's the part we actually need. Oh. Excuse me, cut out the back. No? I'll go ahead and cut out the knife. What I like to do, especially when there's dip-ins, off. You guys can see this because it's going to be folded together. So you can see that curve inward where the knife curves and then you bend it on the fold there in the middle. So I'll cut everything out on a right angle, essentially, or the right side of the scissors all the way around, and then going back and cutting the other side, and I'll show you that in a second. I do that curve very, very last because I come at it from both sides instead of doing a turn. And I think I've talked about that before in the past. So what I'm going to do, I just did this first side, and then I'll just cut right across the tips of that. I'll come back down here, and I'm off to the right as much as possible. Oops. Looks like I didn't have any tape there, so I'm gonna use the smallest bit I can. There we go. Is that right? Yep, okay. Just the smallest bit. And we'll put that back on there. Oh, and of course it had to bubble. Jeez. There. Put this. Okay. So I'm going to keeping the scissors on the right side so I can see what I'm cutting into. Because if you're doing it on the other side, it's really hard, at least for me, I'm right-handed, to see what I'm cutting into. So I like keeping it on the right side and also without making any turns. So when I get to a corner, I cut into the corner. Now some are inevitable, so this is a left-sided cut. As long as I'm watching it, I should be okay. And that was a little bit harder than it needed to be because I'm cutting right over the tape. we go. There we go. Okay. At the bottom. And I cut a little wide, so I'm just trimming it. There we go. Now for this, the curve up here, the curve is up here, and I know you can't see it with this lighting, but all I'm going to do is cut into the curve and then stop. And then I'll come back out to this other side and do the exact same thing until I connect. And now, take the paper off. Now you can see how that cutting into that curve worked. As it decides to autofocus. There you go. Much better. And then it literally just wants you to fold it in half. So what I'm gonna do, because I pretty much need something extremely paper thin, I'm gonna try this really nice straight line on my level. I'll try to line it up, it being half. Yep, that looks about right. I'll just kind of lay it over that. There we go. Okay, that's actually kind of cool how they have you do that. Doesn't really want to stay though. So I'm going to take some Aleene's. And I don't want to ruin the chrominess of this, because glue will absolutely ruin this. So I am going to do my best to keep it as light, and I mean light. Like this could dry in half a second kind of light. Like that. And I'm just going to drape it right on the inside there. Wipe my finger off because I am not about to get glue on this. And fold it over before it dries. There we go. It's not really wanting to stay together, but... And it's probably because I actually left some of the tape in here, so just realize that. It's probably not wanting to close because I left a piece of tape in here. So let's get that off. That should help. And I'll need to lay a little bit of glue again because oops. Just a dot, like literally just a dot here. Looking good. There we go. That's wanting to stay a lot more now. There. And flatten it under this and then I can see it too. that for just a second, and we'll go back to this because this was for the pot, the hot plate. There's a cutting board. Excuse me, some lemons and canisters and stuff that I kind of accidentally skipped over. And also page 14 has the knife handle. Take a look at that real quick. Oh, that comes off the brown leather paper. So we'll do the knife handle later. But no, put this over here for now. Okay. Stuff we don't need. Okay. So now we need some wood. This we need B16, which I believe is this one. Yeah. B15. And B, oh, I'm sorry. We need two B16s, B15s, which I believe are these. Because there's no other small parts in here, so this is definitely it. This is the front. Yep, that's the front. This is B14. And then all of these are those are the B15s, and these are the B16s. Gosh, that just barely fits. Okay, it's just a wrap over, I think. Yeah, it's just a wrap over. Okay, so we're gonna lay this down. I wonder, does this have... Okay, there's my template. Is this sticky? Or does it have to be glued? I think it has to be glued. Okay. Gonna be iffy. Now I will say, if you really don't want to mess with glue with paper this shiny, go ahead and do your double-sided tape. Make sure it's a good strong double-sided tape. I'm not going to. I want to try doing the glue. And Aleene's with paper and wood works just fine. Oops, I think I have a stop up on this. I'll do that much. Spread it. Okay. And then we'll place it down. Oops. Didn't mean to smack my mic there. Okay. And since it's so small, I'll just smooth it out with my fingers that have no glue on them. But if it was larger, I'd be using my... it's technically a paint scraper. I got this from Hobby Lobby. But it's great for smoothing out stuff. The only thing you have to be careful for is edges. So if it's so huge, you're going to leave a crease line at the edges of these. So you have to be careful how hard you're pressing. You're just trying to spread the glue out evenly. Excuse me. Okay, now we're going to put these on. And this will just get... I actually have an issue. This is where having the alcohol can come in handy. It already dried. I'll just put a little bit more in. So I'm going to I always keep a few needles on a, whatever you call these, like magnetic pin cushions, I guess. I always keep a few needles on that I can use to get in here. And kind of work out whatever block I've got going on. And a lot of times it's just surface level. There we go. And then I'll wipe off the pin in some alcohol. Get all the glue off. Make sure you don't stab yourself. There we go. That way the heck up here. Alright. So, in this instance here, I would, since it wants the paper to come over the edges, it'd be easier for me to put glue on the paper and not the wood. That's what I'm, whoa, that's way too much. So it's gonna go on the whole piece of paper, and I'll just wipe my fingers off. I can already see it wants to touch the glue. And I'll just try to center it. And then fold the edges in. There we go. I just kind of fold it over like a sandwich, honestly. You just gotta make sure it's really staying flat as you do that. And what you can do too, I'll do it on the next one. There we got our first one. And it's not wanting to stay on the edges, so I'll probably have to redo that a little bit. So what you can do is just do the middle, or do the top piece of, so instead of doing the paper, you could just glue the top piece of wood, lay it down, make sure that's dry there first, and then do the glue on the sides. So we'll do that next. All just a grand experiment, really, when you're making this stuff. That's all it is. So we'll kind of work it into the edge there. Off our fingers. And then go back over. And then hold it there for a second. I always hate it when my hands cover everything because you guys can't really see what I'm doing, but I hope it translates enough so you can know what I'm doing. Okay. I had a lot of spillover on that. Alright. Here we go. That worked. And that is flat. That actually worked pretty well. And I'm just trying to do this fast. And I did the other side. You could also clamp this if you wanted to. I'm not, because I haven't, you can probably see it here, but my clamps have a, and most clamps like this have a pattern on them. It's not wanting to. Let me see if I can show you here. Meanwhile, I'm still holding this thing down, but you can see there's a pattern. It's still not wanting to do it, but you can see the grid pattern on there. That will translate to stuff like this. So one thing you can do, and I just haven't done it yet, is actually take like some pleather and cut it out to size to these spots and glue that pleather down on here. So it's a softer surface that doesn't have a pattern on it. And that way it'll still hold things. But it won't show up with that horrible grid pattern. I saw that on a miniatures group on Facebook. I haven't tried it yet, but that was a big question that I've seen on the internet. It's like, how do you negate that stupid pattern on these things? So I am going to try that soon though, because my husband got me a ton of clamps because I'm always running out. So I have a whole box of these orange ones that are like a smidge bigger. You can kind of see it. They're a little bit bigger than my original yellow ones, which these were actually my husband's and I stole them because he's never used them. And I use them almost every day. But since I have a ton of new ones, I really need to do something to get rid of the grid showing up on stuff. That, I mean, a lot of times, like if you're just clamping down wood or something, it doesn't matter. But I think maybe 5 or 6 of these, because I have like a box of 20 or 30, maybe 5 or 6 of these I'll put the pleather on for stuff like this and see if it helps. So hopefully in another stream or two, I'll be able to show you guys if that worked or not. Okay. That one is nice and flat now. Cool. There's that one. There's the back. I'll do one of the long sides. And we'll try that same method. If I can get this off. There we go. I took the tape with it. Better. We're gonna lay that down. And we're gonna start with... I'm gonna start with glue on the log. Not log, on the piece of wood. Can you tell I'm getting tired? And I'll flip it over, center it, and lay it. Oh. Now that can dry first, because I don't know if you can see it here, because I did it right away. There actually is a little bit of bubbling. You can see a little bit of a bubble right there because I didn't let the bottom dry first. So I'm going to let that dry, and we're going to do the other ones the same way, and then we'll do all the sides. And I don't know if that's going to be heavy enough, but I could put that down on there to give it some weight. And then here's this last one. Okay. No? One thing about this too, when you're doing this like wiping around thing, make sure you don't have any dried glue on your fingertips, because that will immediately get stuck to the wood or whatever you're trying to smooth glue out on, and then it'll obviously bubble up underneath whatever you're putting it under. Putting over it, I mean. Oh. While we're waiting for those to dry, let's do this front piece here. And it looks like there's still, yep, I had a tiny bit of tape. Okay. What we're gonna do with this is this gets glued on, and then all these flaps come up and curl over like that. Let's see if I can, this camera's so far away right now, but let me see if I can show you more what I'm talking about. So here's that little frame thing we cut out of the brushed silver. This gets glued on the back where it's white. And then each of these flaps here gets pulled up and curled over that frame, and that gets glued into place there. So first thing I'm going to do is glue this down. And just like we did with these, I'm going to put glue on the frame itself. And spread it around. We'll kind of place it right where it needs to go. There we go. Without trying to get any glue on the front at all. Okay, and now this needs to dry. Leave something heavy on it. I'm not curling anything in until that's perfectly dry. So now that's definitely on there. Now I'll try curling in the edges one at a time. And if you want, you have to have alcohol nearby. So I've got a little bit of alcohol over here. And the reason I have it over there is because you can always do glue paint on too. So you can get a little bit of glue on your brush and paint it on there where your finger can't really fit. Paint it on and then put your brush in here so it doesn't harden and dry. And I do this so that it can lean and stay in that until I can get back to it. So that's what we'll try. And this is something I really like to do with hard to reach places like this. So what I'm going to do is, oops, forgot that was there. I'll lay out a little bit of paper towel. This probably isn't the best place for it because my hand is right here, but I haven't given myself a whole lot of space to begin with. I usually put the glue down right on top of the cut mat and then peel it off later, but this one's brand new, so I kind of want to preserve it a little bit longer. But I'll put like a pile of glue there to pull from. That's kind of like putting paint on a palette, really. And then I'll go ahead and grab a little bit. And I'll just paint it onto the side here. Stick my brush straight into the alcohol so that I know it won't fall over. There we go. And one side at a time, I'll just curve it up and then flatten it down. And that gives you a perfect flatten across the whole thing. Not don't really have a way to cover this, so if you don't do this quickly, it can dry, but you can always... Got like a pill case there. I don't think that's gonna work, but hopefully. So my goal is to get all of these finished like this one and ready to go for next week. That's my goal for today. And then next week we'll finish the cabinet, we'll finish the items that go in the cupboard. Alright. There wasn't a whole lot of glue in this one part. I will say Aileen's is a little bit tougher to get off of a brush than Beacon's or other glue. It really wants to get in there, so you kind of got to work it out. Or sometimes even pull it out, because it'll glob really well. Once you get it dry, the alcohol's all dried, then you can do the same thing on the other side. Looks like I didn't use enough. A little bit more on this side and see if that works better. Flip it up and then press it down on the other side. I got it. Looks like I got a tiny bit of glue on that one, but and I'm definitely going to have to figure out the AC situation, because we're heading into summer. This is just the beginning. It was only like 72, 73 outside today, but boy is it hot in here, especially with all the studio lights on and everything like that. So my husband's more of a sound expert than I am, so I'm gonna have to ask him how we need to go about letting me have some AC while I'm filming. We don't have central air, unfortunately. Hardly any house in Colorado does, just because we have snowy months 7 to 8 months out of the year. So for some reason, builders didn't think the AC was necessary, and it's a luxury in Colorado. So this house that we live in, I think it was built in like 72, 73 or something, so obviously does not have central AC. We have some portable floor units that we pull around to different rooms that we're in, especially our office that has 2 gigantic computers that heat up very quickly. That room can easily get to 90 or above just from it being summer and letting the computers run in there. So we absolutely had to have a floor unit to pull in and at least get it back down to 70, which is generally where it'll sit. 70, 72. Okay. That is much better now. Nice and flat. It looks like because I let it sit, that Aliens actually came off. Oop. Oh, it got gummy. But it still came off, and it's dry. Perfect. So, I will say you don't have to get this detailed with folding these things. You do it however works best for you. This is just what I like to do because it gives me the best coverage. And I've played around with so many different ways to do this. Probably didn't have to wait that long the first time. Go a little bit faster. There we go. I guess what I could do, this is something we could try if you really wanted to use a clamp. You could put a piece of wood down, or put it down on a piece of wood, although you wouldn't want it to dry on this. And then do the same thing and kind of sandwich it. Like that. And then you put the clamp over that, because you know that this is kind of the same idea, really, as putting leather in there. You're just using boards instead. I'll go ahead and do that for right now, even though we are using those pieces later. Got one more. There we go. That down for just a second. Well, we have a few minutes left, but I really hope you guys enjoyed doing this with me today. I do apologize about how long our delay was after the break. Break's only supposed to be about 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes at tops. Like I said, I'll see if I can get that resolved to make sure I at least know what music is usable from them and what music is not, and I'll share that with you guys as well when I find out how that kind of works, or if there was just music that they forgot they added, possibly, that's not stream friendly or something. So like I said, I'll find out what it is and make sure we don't get any claims like that in the future. Or if I needed to add something like some kind of acknowledgement in the description that I wasn't aware of, I'll make sure and do that for next time if that's the case. But I'm so glad we got back to this and we're actually doing this again. And I missed just getting to create without doing a whole lot of thinking of how I'm creating. In a while, and that's why it's why I was working on a personal project like in the early mornings and stuff, because normally my husband and I are gamers, and usually we'll get up and play games for a little bit in the morning, like before work or something like that. But lately all I've wanted to do is get back to creating and making stuff, especially since I was absent from it for so long. So I knew that I needed to come back and just restart the stream because I've missed it so much. Alright, here we go. That's the last one there. If I can do it with this, or if this is gonna be, that actually might wreck it. Oh, no, that's dry. That should be okay. I just like the fact that this might actually work. Sandwiching something like this, and there we go. So this one, oh, it's perfect. That's the best one. That's great. Okay. And this right here is our little hot pad. Or hot plate. Sorry, not hot pad. This is the little hot plate. And I guess there's another little piece. Let's see. Oh, we have it somewhere. Yeah. There it is. Oh, I'm on the wrong camera. What do you know? Oh, you can see it there. It's got like a little hot plate symbol picture on it, and that'll go on here. And Then I believe there's a couple little wires that'll go on it to signify like it's an electric hot plate. Like the wiring that goes on stovetops. We're gonna make a little pot. This is gonna be a lot of fun. This really is gonna be a lot of fun. So we'll get to the rest of the sink cabinet. We'll make a bunch of the items that are gonna go on the sink. We'll make a counter. Finish making the oven. All of it. So that's what we'll do next week. We'll come back on Saturday and do it again. But I'm super, super excited to do this with you guys and just come back to this and enjoy this process. Making stuff. And it'll be a good time. I know it's going to be a good time doing that. And we just get to have fun making stuff again. So get this out of my way a little bit. But we got a number of things done. That's looking great. I promise it's stable. It doesn't look stable, but it's glued down. So we'll finish up the wiring next time too, because all we have to do is pull that through the bottom and connect everything, and the lighting's good to go. So there may be one other light. No, actually there isn't, because this was all that was left in the lighting bag. So we have all the lighting in, and that's done. We can hook all that up next time. We'll work on the kitchen stuff. And yeah, I think we'll be we're gonna have a good time with that. So I so hope you guys enjoyed having fun with me today, coming back and doing this again and enjoying this process of just making stuff, which is really what I'm here for. So I love you guys so much, and I will see you next week. Bye.